Alrighty, good New Zealand Saturday morning, everyone. And as is the case, I'm still waking up. I'm also just getting a few things set up for the moment. Let's see. So I'm just doing some teething issues at the moment. Let's see. Okay. Don't know what's going on there. That's okay. Alright. In that case, that's certainly the idea, Nathy. Welcome, welcome. Definitely going to be adding to the history of Reactor grinds, that's for sure. Hang on a sec. So I will be momentarily there, of course. Let's see. Actually, you know what? We'll just go like that. That's fine. Okay. We will. Oh, we'll drop my phone because apparently that's what you do at 7:54 in the morning. Okay, let's see. OBS check. Oh, mics. Sound will come. Check. Okay. Let's do this. By the end of this stream, we will have done it. That's not coming through properly. One moment. Ah. Knew there was something I missed. There we go. Okay, we got it. Oh, we don't got it. Oh, we got it. Sheesh, it's all happening here on part 3. Okay. Oh, don't know what that was. First few battles might be a sound check. As I reintroduce the game music. Doesn't seem too bad. Complete with sticky button for the last time. In fact, the button was so sticky, I re-watched yesterday's part again just to make sure all the sound was fine, and that was. And there was there's certainly moments where you could hear the button. It really is that disheveled. So Tonight I'll be looking inside this controller and seeing what's going on. How much grom have I picked up since starting this? Oop. I was supposed to target the second grunt, now the other... my directional stick is doing the same thing. I wonder it's coming quite loud through my headset. I had it on 100. But yeah, to quote Circle Master, I probably should have done that at the start, but I was too busy trying to fuss with things and not working. In this Twitch, I get Cloud and Barrett to level 99 in the first reactor. There we go. At least I will in a little under 4 hours. So whether you're coming in and you're gonna hang out with me for about 4 hours, or whether you just have this running in the background, hey, either suits. Either way, welcome to my little corner of the Twitchverse. I've already kicked up with my trusty coffee pint. I'm also trying to not be too loud because not everyone's awake in my house yet, so... It's all very well having a headset, no one can hear this game. But... yeah. I think this circle button's gonna get stuck quite a lot, so I did allude to this yesterday, and I'll say it again, full disclosure, apologies to everyone in advance. You are going to hear me whinge about my sticky button situation. I've just realised I forgot to do my stretches. That might be halfway through when I take the obligatory pause. Closing in. Little by little, inch by grinding inch. Actually, I think I've managed to get the game sound to the game music pretty well on. If you're still there, Nathy, I hope that's piping through nice and clear. Just realised. Oh, hang on a second. It's just there. We go. Just noticed it was because I made the chat window just a little bit. I was fussing with some of the sizes of the different windows, at least on my primary. course they're going to do beam gun. Good thing I'm not speed running. Oh, 4 of them. Oh my goodness. Yeah, something that I was discussing yesterday around the speed running aspect of, I suppose, most games, but obviously Final Fantasy VII being the game that I'm the more familiar with it that way, even though I've never speed run it myself. I'll tell you what's going to be interesting is, obviously by the end of this broadcast, I will have crossed the line. I will have got Cloud and Barrett to level 99 before the first boss. That's been the goal right from September, and the goal is going to get concluded right here. What's going to be interesting is, okay, what I do with that save file. Maybe it'll be fun just doing a playthrough of the level 99. Which, unlike most speedrun aspects, whatever playthrough I ultimately decide to do with this save file, and of course I'm going to save a copy of it, of the 99, so then I've always got that. It's not going to have any major skips, it's not going to have any of that. It'll just be a stock standard, as the game was originally designed to be played kind of playthrough. So, although I may not really skip, but I may offline some of the flashback scenes, like the calm scene and Cloud's flashback in part 2. But what I might also do is, for those out there that have never done it, but have heard about it, towards the end of part 1 there's a date scene. And depending on how you play the game, in this scene Cloud can either go on a date with Aeris, Tifa, Yuffie/Yuffie, or Barrett. I dare say, Nathi, if Cloud had a Fitbit, I think he would have avoided the warranty 50 levels ago. It's certainly a lot of steps. Oh my goodness. I mean, speedrunners talk about step routes and step IDs all the time, because that's what governs what they do. But that assumes you're not fussing around in one space for too long, so I've completely upended the step ID and the step route in this game. Not that I ever intended to speedrun. And yet after 25, I'm thinking kilos, after 50 pounds, he's still managing to run. He's a real ex-soldier, we can call him that. 98, my word. It still amazes me to this day that I'm still here doing this. So anyway, the other 4 characters that Cloud... Good grief, sorry about that. That Cloud can go on a date with towards the end of part 1, disc 1. Now the way the mechanics work in the background is that even right now at the start of the game, those 4 characters have they have a base value that they start with. Which is also why I said the characters in that order, because that's the order of highest to lowest value. I mean, Barrett starts with 0. Funny that. But through a series of intentional interactions and subtleties in the game, you can go on a date with Barrett. And it's hilarious. I mean, in various playthroughs, I've managed to get Cloud on dates with all 4 characters. Different games, of course. Eris and Tifa are kind of almost like meh. Tifa's one's just awkward. Yuffie's one is painful. Barrett's just funny. Well, he is. Well, he's kind of running with him when you think about it, Daisy. The difference, of course, is in world maps and dungeons and rooms and all that. All you ever see is Cloud, but they all run in unison. So I don't know how much pounds Barrett's lost. He still looks ripped. But then that shouldn't come as to any surprise, given, in the game at least, Barrett has a coal mining background. So, he'd be pretty fit, pretty strong, Oh, that was a nice wee cluster. If they were all like that, this would be over in a pinch. But of course, they're not always like that. Oh, excuse me. I'll be yawning for a little bit. It is only 8:12 AM here. Yeah, sticky button's gonna stick. Oh my goodness. Oh, look, no doubt. It was already an old controller to start with, but it was, it was fine. But then this has certainly put this thing to the test, because there's certainly a lot more repetitious inputs, particularly for the OK button. Not so bad with the button that I use to run Cloud, you know, the X button, because it's always just constantly depressed. It's not like I'm like that. And that has certainly taxed the vista of that particular button on my controller. But the point is, it still functions. It's not too far gone that it's going to be that annoying that I have to quit out and edit, or edit the config of my joy. Go back to what I had initially with the when I switched over to the square button. Although that's actually started showing signs as well because I didn't switch. Oh yeah. Tonight's going to be fun when I open this up. I'm liking this little cluster I'm getting at the moment. This is neat. Hack. Oh, whoops. Pay attention, me. I was supposed to have Cloud lead that one. Oh, well, that's... Oh, what's happening here? Don't know what that was. That was bizarre. Obviously, it's more fun if Cloud Criticals are preemptive, but... G'day, Winston. Oh, I'll be able to tell you that right after this battle. I actually tried to be a little bit clever earlier. And I looked up... Amazing what you learn when you Google things. I looked up... How do you say hello in Finnish? Apparently, it's... And I don't know how to phonetically pronounce that kind of funky E thing, but... like hello? Or, don't know. but hello! How many hours? About 3.5. Which is likely going to include a pit stop. Oh, and I still have the sticky button issue, but at least tonight I'll be able to pop the controller open and give it probably its one and only deep clean it's ever had. But then I imagine doing something as nutty as this challenge is going to accelerate wear and tear. Also, Winston, I was, excuse me. Again, that's my reaction to dairy, the old clear the throat at all times. As I was saying before I had to do that, I was musing regarding, obviously, Plan A, this grind is going to get concluded, there's going to be celebrations, I've prepared a little victory dance. And then I have to prepare myself to go out to an engagement party this afternoon, which is exciting. But regarding this game, I was musing, well, okay, what do I do with it? Because I had no plans to 100% the game. That's something that is specifically defined in the speedrunning community, and I'm not a speedrunner. And so I thought, okay, I could just do a normal playthrough, play the game as it was originally designed to be played, so there wouldn't be any oh, hang on a sec. That's fine. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I was just clicking something. There we go. Oh, I already had some of my work colleagues go, sarcastically joking, but like, are you okay? Should we got other things you can do? No, I mean, So anyway, my idea with the playthrough was play the game as it's originally intended, so there won't be any major skips, anything of that nature. I'm aware of what some of the skips are. But haven't ever practiced how you pull them off and make them work. So I'll just play the game normally, and ultimately in that particular playthrough I'll demonstrate how you go on a date with Barrett, just because it's hilarious. Yeah, some certainly might say. On that note, you might recall, would have been part 1, I think, if my memory's right, Winston, when we were discussing things, and I mentioned about a dismantled heat pump dryer that I had in my garage. Well, you'll be pleased to know that that's all been put back together, and I've run 3 loads through it now, and it's absolutely, I mean, it's not in perfect looks. It is a second-hand dryer after all that I received, but functionally it is perfect, and it runs so good. And yeah, that's, I mean, I'm proud to admit that's a self-taught skill. Just tinkering with appliances and learning as I go, and getting to the point where I can comfortably dismantle, reassemble, troubleshoot, all that stuff. Which just goes to show that it's never too late to learn, right? That was something I started a couple of years ago, so I, not long, yeah, I was 41, 43 now. I suppose in some ways I can go out there and learn skills and such. I guess I'm perfectly comfortable refining the skills that I have, and just on those moments of decompressing, or as we actually discussed, axe sharpening. This is my axe sharpening that I'm just happy to share with the world, I guess. But yeah, nice indeed. I'm absolutely thrilled that the dryer works. There was speaking of learning, a few months ago I put back together a washing machine that doubled up as a dryer. That one was a bit more of a nightmare because it needed its main bearings replaced. So that was full on dismantle, whack the old bearings out and the seal, replace it, put it all back together. Although of course washer dryer combos have additional bits and pieces to them that can make the process a little bit more complicated, but slowly but surely reassembled the thing. Looked alright. I took photos as I went, so I had a good idea of, okay, this cable gets plugged in over here, and this earth has to be screwed over there, and just because there were, particularly for the dry unit, there's just almost more cables than dryer. But anyway, assembled that. Went to just do a leak test, so just making sure that I have in fact reassembled it nice and tight. Oh, I hear yelling from inside the house. We have no power. Turns out the main breaker tripped. Which I guess is a good thing, right? You want that to happen. You don't want to be having high currents flowing somewhere. You want the power to cut in that situation, but yeah. So I could never figure out in that particular unit, because it didn't do that before I disassembled it, because I tested it before I did anything to it, and it ran, and it was quite, with worn bearings they get very loud. Oh, exactly, and in particular, if you've got, if I've stuffed up an earth somewhere, then, potentially that entire, appliance is just one giant electrical charge, and, I ain't gonna touch that. So, yeah, it is certainly well that the breaker tripped. And so that was obviously an example of an appliance that I just disposed of in a recycling centre. But I still learnt things along the way. At the very least, it was by all accounts a successful bearing and seal replacement. I couldn't tell you if it was leak proof because I didn't get that far. So yeah, there's certainly moments in the garage where, okay, that repair didn't go to plan, or this unit, that unit is beyond repair. But at all points, adding to the skill set, learning as I go, and yeah, just enjoying the process. And thankfully, because I said that dryer that I fixed the other day functionally is perfect, it also presupposes, well, case in point, I'm broadcasting right now, no breakers were tripped in the assembling of this dryer. Oh, that was a fun weekend, that's for sure. little by little. I better remember that I still have my coffee. I mean, I'd hate for this to get cold. I'll tell you what, while I think of it, poor old Jessie up there at the top of that girder. She's got to have the patience of a saint, you know. You'd imagine just looking down that ladder going, what the hell are Clown and Barrett doing? Then you could imagine the shortest of short stories. These two get to 99, they smash the Scorpion boss, and they get out of the reactor. It's like, right, that's that reactor down, let's go take on the Shinra. Oh, dude, we did that like 2 years ago. We've beat the Shinra, everything's fine. What were you two doing? Clearing the reactor. Yeah. Oh, man. Clearing it of the enemies that just don't seem to go away. Like, where are all these grunts and motor drives coming from? How big is this thing? Oh, and that was a very quick addition to this town you refer to. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose these poor hapless grunts and these, I guess by analogy we can call them drones. Cool. So for those of you who are seeing me sort of periodically just look down, I have got my almost trusty phone just nearby, just sending out messages and that. So for those of you that can see the stream but can't chat, welcome, welcome. Whether you're pulling up a hot cuppa or a cold beer, depending whatever time of day you're at. I'll see what I can do related to the chat. I'm still figuring out. You know, I've certainly come a long way since I started, granted, but still, there's certainly still a few little popping the hood tweaks within Twitch or OBS that I'm still quite figuring out. So I'll see what I can do. In fact, what I'll do, I'll keep adding to this ubiquitous town that Winston's referring to until about 18,000 experience. I'll take a brief pause and I'll see what I can see if I can sort out this chat, which will be in about 16 minutes. What does that even do? Okay, work on that. I don't want to go so far as to say I think I know what the problem is, because I have absolutely no idea what the problem is. But we're going to learn. We're going to learn along the way. It's a good thing these are digitals and pixels there, Nathan. Unfortunately, of course, as you advance the game, you quickly discover that Shimmer want to kind of do it to your party back, so... And we haven't even discussed Sephiroth yet. I say 90 odd levels of not having background music as I play this, and I'm starting to remember how catchy these tunes are. I certainly think out of all the Final Fantasy series, or at least the ones I'm aware of and have some familiarity to, in terms of, and I mean like overall, because you're not going to get total buy-in on any soundtrack. You know, there will be some tunes that, like, okay, it's okay, but I don't gravitate to it. But as an overall soundtrack, honestly, I think FF7 has probably the best one. There's bits and pieces I like in some of the other games. There's a few tunes in FF6 that I quite like. There's a few tunes in FF8 and 2, maybe 3. I can't even name them, but I'll know them if I hear them. It's that 2, possibly 3 in FF9. But in terms of an overall complete experience, this one. That, and personally, I think the materia system is a much better metric than the junction system, particularly in FF8. But okay, not a fair comparison because we're talking two different games. But then I only ever played FF8 for the card game. Sunk way too many hours in that card game. See, we'll just do, you know, we're just going to bring that forward, so I'll just do a little tweak. Okay. Really not sure what all that is. Wait, what? Tell you what, we'll do that. I think that auto saves. think. Okay, I'm not sure if that's succeeded, but we'll see. Welcome, Deviant. Welcome to the grind. Yeah, obviously I haven't spent too much time on my Twitch settings, so there's certainly bits that I haven't looked at and asked the questions and going like, what does this do and what does that disable or enable, blah blah blah. I'm figuring it out, but welcome to the chat. Yes, certainly, Winston. I mean, I guess these days it would certainly be considered an old game. Indeed. But yeah, certainly for a game from 1997, it had pretty good playthrough. And certainly for me at least, and maybe for others out there, as far as a game, a game's overall storyline and plot, it was for me one of the best and probably one of the main attractions as to why I still rate this game so highly. It's just such. I mean, it plays well, and the mechanics and the in-depth bits and pieces are very well done, but to wrap it all up in a fantastic storyline, particularly if you've never played it before, it's just fantastic. Oh, too true, Deviant. And lately, things that I've been discovering as well, and these are mechanics and aspects that I would never do. I just don't have the skill for it. Is the speedrunning aspect of FF7 and all the different categories you can do, and all the things that you can do in this game, like clipping through mountains and skipping all of Disc 1, for example. It's just nuts. Oh, look, some of the mini games, I was sort of a bit meh over, but I think mainly because I was bad at them. So the snowboard game, I was, oh my goodness, I'm like a magnet for items in that, yeah. But yeah, I always did enjoy, yeah, me too. I always enjoyed the Chocobo racing, mainly because it was obviously a mini game that you had to do in order to get a gold one. It certainly was a little bit, well, a little bit tricky is a bit of an understatement, at least the first time I did it. When you're in Coral Prison and you have to win a Chocobo race to get out, and fortunately, if you don't get first, it's not the end of the game. You just you just keep trying again. You keep getting second and third and umpteen chances. So, oh, and certainly if you've just got a standard vanilla Chocobo, that can be a little bit tricky. And first time I did it, quite annoying. I was like, what am I doing? Once you get the hang of it, it does. You do get there. Funny you say that, Deviant. In my main game, I actually, which of course I've parked for the duration of this grind, so I have time fidelity, so I can chart how long it's taken. Once I got some golden chocobos, I then, idiot me, this is a grind of a different nature, decided to It's like, okay, if I keep breeding golden chocobos, and I've got the Zio nuts, you know, I've got like 1 billion of them because I just keep, they keep dropping like water on Goblin Island, so harvesting nuts is not a problem. I don't have to devote time away from the breeding process. And I've got guild to burn, right? What kind of stats? Like, what? Actually, I asked the question this way. I asked myself, what's the maximum stat that I can produce? And oh, actually, yeah, I actually have got a 176. And the reason I know that is because once I started breeding from the 176, the numbers didn't change, even though, funny this, you can, this is weird, you can still throw the greens at it and the game will go this plus, and then, you know, no improvement, right? So you plateau your chocobo, but the stats don't change, so I do in fact have a maximum chocobo on my main save. And it's so funny to race. Oh my gosh. They're getting along better, that's right. I wonder if, I'm just thinking about, I wonder when they have like speed plus, stamina plus, something else plus, I've forgotten what it is, intelligence plus. No, I suppose there's Tio, because he's always your chocobo plus 15 or whatever it is, even though you can always out sprint Chocobo Joe. I like that, Chocobo Joe, that's cool. You know, I wonder if they're getting along better has anything to do with, if, speculating because I've got no idea, if you do a Chocobo race on auto rather than manual, does it apparently synergize the jockey and the Chocobo a bit closer and they just rate, like the game races them better? I don't know. I've never worked out that one. I wonder if that's what it is. Although, of course, if you're racing a fresh, you know, a freshly minted golden chocobo in the C class, it doesn't matter if it's manual or auto, right? Okay. I bet your command's better. Ah. What, like if it's manual and you're doing, like if you want to do like a sprint or you want to, is it that or? Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out, I think. I mean, again, inconsequential and, you know, even up to A class with golden chocobo, or even, like, even if you have a blue chocobo in the, I was going to say short course, but I'm thinking green actually. Green chocobo on the short course, because I think the green one can go through that wind tunnel without being, you know, slowed down. And then I think in the long course, there's that water bit that slows down, but the blue chocobo can just go through that with ease because it's a blue chocobo. And of course, black is just friggin' do it. Oh yeah. I'll tell you what's fun is when you've got a golden chocobo and you're about to start the race and you just flip it to manual and you put the controller on the ground or on your desk and you just let the game do it. Because let's face it, in C or B or even in some A classes, you got to cross the line before the rest of the field get halfway, with, of course, the notable exception of Joe. Unfortunately, that pesky jockey makes you put the work in, but that's fine. I do like his hat, actually. Like, if Chocobo Joe were a real character, he'd strike me as someone that you could have a cold beer with. Like, he just oozes that kind of aura. At least you'd hope so. Haven't met too many jockeys myself. I've met trainers, but not jockeys. Haha. Oops, I want to Cloud to take the lead on that. No matter, it's only 3 of them. Yeah, that's a good point there, Deviant. So, obviously the Greyhound industry is pretty much non-existent, but I mean, surely they'll still have the occasional... I mean, okay, racing meetings happen in the evenings, but I don't know, would they assemble in the afternoon and get themselves sorted? I don't know. I live obviously too far away from the raceway. Oh, good lord, I've let that sit for a while. That's starting to get a little bit fresh. Oh, and we are officially less than 3 hours to go. Well, hey! It still looks funny, doesn't it? Oh my goodness. First Reactor, you haven't fought the first boss and they're doing 2,000 plus damage. I hit the old sound check and the lights check and... Test. Coming down the outside. Oh man. Brings back memories of when I grew up near the raceway. All you could hear in the breeze was Friday night meetings. And then you get the inflections and all that of the announcer as the horses are coming down the final straight. And then an almost Doppler shift like change when they cross the finishing line and some unpronounceable named horse has a photo finish with some other unpronounceable named horse. And there's no third dividend for the third place because it was only a field of 6. Drat. It's quite amazing the lung capacity of a horse racing announcer. Oh my goodness, they're just... Maybe they train to speak and breathe at the same time, so they're always able to keep the commentary going. It's quite nuts. Yeah, Winston, certainly nothing more exciting for 3 hours than running up and down that same damn pipe. But the last 3 hours of quite the gaming time investment. And as I said at the start, towards the start of the stream, I've prepared a little victory dance. undertaking. I mean, as epically, you know, it's. I mean, a grind of this nature certainly presents its own unique challenges to equipment and man, and being able to stick it out over the course of many saves, many days in that. It still pales in comparison to what Monetary Dragon did, but yeah, I certainly don't have the ability to try and replicate that. But for me, this is fine doing this thing. I'm certainly aware of them, Winston. I haven't actually tried any myself. So no, this is just unmodded. Yeah, Nathy, I just even if we assume I had all the extra equipment that is needed for the ex-soldier grind, I just don't have the time to commit to something like that. It's just no. Exactly, no. I'm just absolutely, positively content to tip my hat to Monetary Dragon and his accomplishment than I am to try it for myself. No. And I think for me personally, this is something that I mused even actually before I started. So in earlier streams, actually my first stream where I did this, I explained some of my rationale and reasons for why am I even accomplishing this grind, and it all basically boiled down to, and I alluded to this yesterday as well, is can someone in my life position do this? Because obviously, if you're a younger man, you've got a bit more time freedom than someone like the likes of myself, for example. And I guess I just wanted to prove to myself more than anything is, okay, well, that's the sticky button again. Ugh. Don't want to climb up the ladder because that doesn't add steps. Can I even do this at all? And B, if I do, because I was on a work trip when I was thinking about these things, if I embark on this, do I feel I can stick it out? Do I have the stubbornness? You do. A little bit of stubbornness helps with this, but the determination, the stickability, knowing full well what I was getting myself into, because I've seen videos of others that have done this, so I had an idea of what to expect. And certainly I've got to admit, actually doing it, knowing what you're in for, it certainly doesn't change the fact of it does test you. It really does. Like, there have been so many moments where I've just wanted to put the controller down and go, sod it, this is too hard. And there are certainly difficult aspects of it, most of which happen here. But I persisted. I found ways to make it work, at least for me. And here I am on the cusp. Less than 3 hours. That's very much on the cusp, I reckon. But yeah, can someone with presumably not as much time freedom, who has more eggs in their basket, say, than others out there, than younger people, like this would be dead easier from a time perspective and a life commitment unstick that button again, perspective if I did this while I was studying, for example. This would be a lot easier to do as a younger man, but the truth is I'm not. I started late. But yeah, as I've said, oh yeah, absolutely, Winston. Early on, because as we said yesterday, this grind actually got me and it inspired me to get into Twitch. So for a long time, this was just an offline project, and so there was no one to chat with, and so the way I got around that, in some ways to make it more palatable, Monetary Dragon was a lot cleverer. He played other games concurrently while he did his grind. I don't have the setup to do that, so instead, with all the sticky button again, with all the game sounds off, I just had like movies in the background, or once I got a second monitor, movies on the other monitor. And again, but the same idea, right? They were just there to add atmosphere, to make the grind a lot more palatable and just a little bit easier on the mind. Yeah, having people to chat to, particularly for this extrovert right here, is... Yeah, I don't need the movies, right? I do like the social aspect of Twitch, and I've certainly gotten into a few streamers myself out there. But yeah, certainly at base, what I've discovered more than anything is, hey, I guess a 43-year-old father of two with a full-time job, which also includes traveling, can actually sit down and devise a plan and a strategy for doing this grind. And I think for someone in my context, it's, you know, I'm here 8 months later. It's pretty quick for, you know, for all the other things that I balance in life. Obviously the job and the travel, the family, tasks around the house. You know, 2 days ago we had a house inspection, so there were a lot of tasks. Didn't slow me down streaming Slay the Spire though. I still had that. And of course Sega Sunday. Fussing with appliances in the garage, practicing my darts, mowing the lawns, which is certainly more difficult this time of year because of course... Okay, so in my case, the house I live in I don't own, I rent. And so it's rented through an agency. So there's obviously somebody owns it, but they operate through a third-party agency who manage the property on their behalf. A part of what that entails is there are periodic inspections by the agent. They'll just come in, basically just make sure, is everything tidy? Is there any damage that we need to be aware of? Is there anything that needs fixing? Do you have any questions or concerns about certain bits of the interior or the gardens, whatever? It's just to make sure that we as tenants are behaving essentially, and you know, we haven't put holes through walls and done anything stupid like that. All of this is administered by a piece of legislation in this country called the Residential Tenancies Act, which stipulates the obligations and roles and responsibilities of both the owner, the landlord, the tenant, so myself and my family, and any other agencies involved like the property managers. We are the movies. I'll tell you what, I could probably sit down with a pen and paper and write out the entire script of Back to the Future. Oh my goodness. And by that I mean the trilogy. Oh my goodness. Amongst other movies that I had as atmosphere editions. I'm just waiting for another preemptive attack where Cloud criticals someone. Mainly just because I want to see if Cloud can beat his personal best of 8,787 in the first reactor. Considering when you start this game and you fight the two soldiers or you fight the soldier and a dog, you know, you can barely get above 30 in the best of times. Which is still fine because these guys have such low HP anyway. I've certainly come a long way from damage rolls of 30 and 40. Nowadays, my damage rolls have, 32 or 36, yeah, exactly. Nowadays, my damage rolls might have a 32 or a 36 in them. That is preceded by 2,000. Oh. All right. I'll tell you, looking at those numbers, you know, 16,300-ish. Doesn't seem like much when you consider how much experience these guys are going to end up with. Oh, man. And it certainly blows my original tactic out the water of ways to acquire the Costa del Sol Villa in part 1. Suffice to say, I get to not sell, you know, I don't have to go out there and sell a mastered ore material. I can just buy it. Oh man. Can nearly buy it 5 times over, that's the scary thing. Oh, if only that was a back attack. Ah well, we'll get there. I guarantee you will see a critical hit against enemies that have their backs turned. I'm just lucky there's a nice cluster of battles at the moment. Complete with sticky button. Yeah, no worries, Winston. Go well. Yeah, I'll still be here in 2 3/4 hours time. Oh, and that sticky button once again has got me to grab the ladder. It's got this nice ominous mystique about it, the Reactor music, doesn't it? Oops, I want Cloud to take the lead. Whoops, that's fine. It's not like we're speed running. No such thing as speed running if I'm here 8 months later. It's alright, Jesse, we're going to be coming for you shortly. Shortly as in 3.5 hours or something. Oh, actually, now I want Barrett to take the lead. Nah, doesn't matter when there's 4 of them. Yeah, look, totally agree. I mean, admittedly, I'm very impressed with those in the speedrunning community and some of the things that they've deciphered and dug up in the game, even to this day. And that is a side of the game that does fascinate me. But yeah, I could never do it myself. I mean, one such example is at the end, towards the end of part 3, where oh, excuse me, there's that dairy throat again. Case in point, when you've gone into the final crater, and you take all those steps down, you know, those rocks towards Genova synthesis, and some of the rocks will have battles, and you fight the battles, and you get to Genova, and okay, then you've got the 2 forms of Sephiroth. There are 2, possibly 3 places in the game. Like, there's a bit in Cosmo. I think there's a bit near Eris's mum's house. There's a bit in Cosmo Canyon, and then there's somewhere else. And you got to do a particular step or series of steps in each of these 3 places. And if you can do that properly, if you nail it, then when you get to these rocks, you will get to Genova. I've seen it. You'll get to Genova synthesis having encountered nothing. And that's purely for speed, because of course battles that you can't run from slow you down. And then one other cool thing that I've learned by watching the speedrunners is, under certain circumstances, just how unspeakably overpowered Tifa's power soul is. Holy crap. Even on low levels. Because again, if you're speedrunning, you're doing a lot more running than fighting. So your levels aren't going to be particularly high. So of course your base stats are quite low, right? And you're kind of relying on certain weapons to sort of buffer you a wee bit. But anyway. Even at low levels, the power soul can still critical hit like over 5,000. Even with Tifa at a relatively, comparatively low level. It's just crazy what emerges when you watch these guys. Again, would I have speedrun? No. I do like what they do with the Materia Keeper though, even though I personally enjoy just fighting them, down to 0 rather than the way that they do it. Yeah, my breakfast is actually a little more mundane than yours, Deviant. I've just got some I've got some tiger bread that I haven't opened yet. That's now officially stone cold. I think we'll put that coffee to one side. Oh, but the best part is that this tiger bread is also a garlic cheese one. Very Moorish. But no, I totally agree with the warm and butter. Oh. It also sounds easy too. It's just literally open up and rip it off and you're in. I mean, I don't think the label actually advertises itself as tiger bread, but you know, it's not like that texture that actual tiger bread has, but it's close enough. Still goes down the same way, tastily. Yeah, actually, all this talk about food's getting me a bit hungry. I might have to get the old bready breakfast in a few moments. We'll just get to another miniature timestamp. Oh yeah, there's always the problem with if I have clusters. Inevitably, I'm going to have massive gaps between the encounters. But that's fine. If only that was a back attack. Oh well, can't have everything. Oh yeah, it's like it's starting to fine up out there. That's good. Oh. Yep, still getting sticky. Yeah, I think it was supposed to get to like 15 or 16 today, which is going to be good for this afternoon. I'm off to an engagement party, and you know, let's be honest, those things are more compatible with nice weather than crap weather. I was actually out there earlier just putting some rubbish out, and that was at like, oh, what was it? Like 7:45, just in preparation while I was boiling the kettle and all that. I mean, that was mild enough for that time. Oh, just a good friend of mine's getting married next year, so she's having her engagement party celebrations this afternoon, so that's always exciting. Well, also not to mention of it moving overland there, Nathi, although of course that's to say nothing of the of those affected in the North Island by it, of course. No, I want Cloud to take the lead. There we go. You know, it's funny, I guaranteed a critical hit. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So the Fujita scale works is used for tornadoes, but they use categories for cyclones. Same sort of idea. It's pegged to, mind you, categories are pegged to wind speed, whereas the Fujita scale measures destruction. Yeah, same here. Yeah, that's pretty much how those scales work. I mean, there may be some relation to a tornado's size, maybe a factor in where it ranks on the Fujita scale, but most of it is down to how destructive it is, or even potential destruction. Probably potential, because you can categorize or rank a tornado while it's still doing its thing. Oh, there we go. Oh, but he turned around. Oh well. It's like CT. Are you meaning category 2? Have I understood you right there? And I guess that's the difference between a tornado and cyclones, or cyclones, cyclones, typhoons, and hurricanes. We'll just stick with cyclone because that's what they're called in our part of the world. So, unlike a tornado, the categories of a cyclone are always revised in real time. So you could start with a category. I'm gonna get this right. Is it the higher the number, the more violent the storm? So category 5 is like, oh shoot, look out, and category 1 is just, you know, they downgrade to just a tropical depression or a tropical storm, something like that. So yeah, you might have like a category 5 out in the ocean. As it moves over land, they gradually get weaker, even though they're obviously wreaking havoc wherever they are, but they just, yeah, they tend to lose energy over land, and then they just blow out at some point. Oh, unstick that button. But yeah, tornadoes, once ranked, always ranked. You know, it's, well, that sucker's an F3, no matter what. Oh, and we are very much below 2.5 hours. Doesn't sound like much time when you say it like that. Oh, less than 2.5 hours to go. Oops, wanted Cloud to take the lead. Oh well. I'll cope. Yeah, so, and this is a good example here, so, because I've got an odd number of enemies, I want Cloud to take more battles than Barret, simply because Cloud's battle animation is shorter. And that's mainly so I can kind of maintain, you know, a decent experience per hour rate. Ironically, I'm doing it for speed. In a marathon effort, I'm doing it for speed. Oh, hey, I guess this is what happens when you get an extrovert at a game console, right? But it's just, hey, I mean, I liken this Twitch channel to the equivalent of a corner room or a conservatory with 2 comfy chairs and a table. You can just kick your feet up and relax and unwind and yeah. Oh, Nathan, you're saying there's a tropical cyclone or a tropical storm at the moment somewhere in the Pacific. Have I read that right? Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, the previous one. Gotcha. That's right, that was our last cyclone. Yeah. Good thing I wasn't travelling that week. Sheesh. Although I do remember when... Oh, which one was it? Cyclone Gabrielle. February last year, if memory serves correct. Yeah, when that just decimated the East Cape, and then I went up in flip, August or September, whenever it was. Anyway, I went up there for work, and one day it took me out to Wairau, so that was quite a drive. And there was still plenty of evidence of destruction. You didn't have to go very far to find it. I mean, inside, because you got 2 towns there, Napier and Hastings. The towns themselves were, by all accounts, they were just towns, but the little bit between them, little country bit between them, and then you travel out along the Cape in the country. Sheesh. That one bridge I saw, that wasn't a bridge. Whoops, wasn't paying attention. That's okay. We'll just grin and bear it because there's only 3 of them. Yeah, that hair splitting. I guess I'm a picky sob when it comes to odd-numbered enemies and who takes the lead. Yeah, I'd like to think that they've cleaned up most of it. I haven't been back to the East Cape since. Might be back there later this year, who knows? Oh, here we go, come on. You've got one job, Cloud. Critical something. Critical these guys. Come on. There it is. Boff! Oh! Oh, we beat him by... How about that? Barrett, you... Oh! Out criticals him by 1. You know, if that wasn't live, no one would believe it happened. Oh, that was cool. That's crazy. Oh, man. Well, it's official. It's called a basil, garlic, and cheese rib. I'm just going to call it tiger bread because it's only 2 words. Oh man, that double critical is hilariously awesome. I don't mind garlic on its own. Mind you, I've eaten pickled onions straight out of the jar, so garlic is basically a lolly by comparison. So, but yeah, I mean, the preference is that garlic is cooked in with something, so then the flavour just permeates. But no, I can tolerate garlic on its own. My body can't, but I can. Interesting distinction. What up, nerd? How we doing? No, I don't have any pies. Could have got some yesterday, actually. I thought about it, but I didn't actually bring enough money with me. So, the pie will have to be another time. The only issue with this bread is that it can be a little bit greasy, which is probably going to exacerbate the sticky button issue, so I may just have to eat it left-handed. Well, I dare say your dad would be proud of me then. I just remember, it would have been years and years ago, I was at a darts comp. I think it was, what was it? One of them anyway. And might have been the men's peers. Because I remember my dad and his playing partner, they showed up, and we were all between games, so we just milled around and watched all the others play while we were just sort of waiting for our numbers to be called. And his playing partner brought a jar of pickled onions, and they were just standing there with their forks. They brought forks. It was all very much intentional. Just casually, as you like, snacking on pickled onions. And Dad's playing partner offered one to me, and I'm like, oh yeah? Oh, you're hearing some great hearing some great family stories here, Nathan. Oh, I've got a billion of them. So anyway, playing partner offered one to me, and I go, oh yeah? Took it. Because I don't mind sour things. So all three of us are just standing there like casual observers chewing on freshly pickled onions. What got me was that my dad's playing partner's sole reason, which is typical of him actually, sole reason that he brought the jar and with the intention obviously to consume them, was so other people could see it and be like, what the heck? And be all grossed out and stuff. He just wanted to gross people out. Oh. We were just there purely to get a reaction. Quite typical of our darts team, actually. And hey, I got a runners-up medal with my dad's playing partner a couple of years back. It was great. Sorry, 3 years back. Cool, I feel overdue for another medal. Hopefully next weekend at the 3-2-1. That's my plan. We are closing in on the 2 hours to go mark. And clusters like that help. Oh my goodness. Oop. Direction didn't direction there. Those bars are so close, come on! This is almost exciting. Oh my goodness. Oops. Ah well, grin and bear it. It's not like it's 5 enemies. That was an accidental trigger press. I never liked the whole bring up the target thing. I find it quite overloading, believe it or not. Ah, good. Cloud's already got more ATB. Wonderful. What still fascinates me and amazes me, and you'll see this if you haven't already picked it up already, right from the start of this, and I don't know if this is something that is common to every single playthrough no matter how you play it, only just something I've noticed now while I've been doing this grind is the motor drives, so those guys, like this. When it comes to doing their fire, they're picking on Barret exclusively. They've never done fire against Cloud, ever. Oh, no, left-handed. Yeah, I saw. I don't know how I came across it, but yeah, I saw that. I mean, I'm not that familiar with Magic. I mean, I might have a little bit more familiarity with some of the mechanics now, by virtue of my experience with Slay the Spire. Because there are some crossovers, things like Exile, for example. But from the look, I mean, it's intriguing. I'll give it that. From the looks of it, the Final Fantasy set is, I think, just across the whole universe, right? So it's not just tied to one, one iteration. So, you might have, okay, I've got my hand, oh, I've got Cloud, I've got Sephiroth, and I've got Squall and Quistis, for example. And Zidane. Yeah, all variants. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. It's intriguing. Just because I'm curious, and again, this is my lack of familiarity with MTG coming out, what other collabs have Magic done? Yeah, obviously I've played 7. I've finished 8, including beating Omega Weapon, where it was without using Meltdown. Oops. I nearly beat FF6 years ago, but got stopped by the boss before you fight the final bosses. Really? Magic did a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collab. No way. I didn't think TMNT was, what's the word? Broad or deep enough. Hope you get what I'm trying to say. To be able to actually have enough material for a deck. If the Final Fantasy series completely understand there's so much that you can chock into a deck and it will be viable, how is there enough material for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I can kind of understand Spider-Man because there's so many Spider-Man movies these days, and oh no. Oh, and you're saying there are only two. Oh, oh nerd, no way, really? SpongeBob Magic the Oh my word. Sheesh. I feel like I dodged a bullet there with that. Oh man. Yeah, I suppose with all the obviously there's the base, but I imagine with all the expansions and add-ons, whatever you want to call them, in the Magic universe, even so, taken together, I guess that's still, you know, here's the Magic base game. Here's like pulling an arbitrary number, like 15 expansions, but they're all Magic-y, if that makes sense. And that's that thing over there. And then over here you've got flipping Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Magic. And then over here we've got SpongeBob, and then we've got Spider-Man, and then we've got something else, and then we've got, oh my goodness. Well, while we're talking about that, I'll probably enjoy Chicken Kiev a little more if it was boneless. Oh. Guess I'm cleaning that more than just grime out of the circle button. Sheesh. Is that right? 6 new sets per year. Wow. But, I mean, credit where credit's due, right? It is massively popular, and that's to say nothing of the regional and I guess world championships that they run, such as its popularity. It's obviously big enough that, they can run these things, and hey, cool. No, you're right, I haven't. Unless I've got them mixed up, maybe I'm thinking Chicken Maryland. Because you got one that's got the ham and the cheese and the chicken, and that's boneless. And then there's like one where you've got some kind of, I don't want to say garlic, but it's kind of like a herb dressing sort of cream thing in it. And sticky button gets me to climb the ladder again. And I never found a boneless one of that, even though that herby creamy thing was so good. But yeah, I've never been a fan with chicken on the bone for decades. I mean, I won't not eat it. Yeah, Cordon Bleu. Yeah, it's clear I haven't had that in many years if I forgot what it's called. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, I got the Kievs and the Marylands mixed up, yeah. But I've had them, not just the drumsticks, I've had the Maryland kind of flavouring, or whatever it is, in like a wing, I suppose, or shoulder, whatever it is on a chicken, but not the boneless breast, no. You'd think I'd be joining the chicken connoisseur ranks with the amount of chicken I eat. That's pretty much our meat of choice alongside fish. I just feel like I'm priced out of the market with beef and lamb. Closing in on another timestamp. It gets crazier every time I announce them. But the craziness is real. Oh, exactly. We're pretty happy with the repertoire of meals that we have. And certainly with the cooler nights drawing in, that slow cook is getting pulled out more and more often. Ah, unstick! Oh gosh. Bash, 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 get that button back. It's alright, controller, we're nearly there. And with that battle, we are now officially under 2 hours to go. My word. It's definitely feeling real. Am I doing this? Apparently so. Oh my word. Oh, come on. Oh, new personal best there, Cloud. He's beaten yesterday's PB of 87.87. And what could have been if these guys had magic attacks. Because here's the weird thing. If I get a preemptive with the motor drives involved, and as you've seen, I prioritise the grunts because I loathe beam gun. Again, battle animation lens. If they do what I've ended up calling like the motor drives, right? If they do what I've termed their needle attack, okay, it's a physical attack, cool. They do a whopping 1 damage, maybe 2 if they critical. But if they do what they've just done to Barrett there, interestingly, they don't turn around, so they still have their backs to my characters. And you'll all notice the limit bars aren't incrementing. The damage I'm receiving relative to my maximum health is just too high for the game to register now. So Barrett in particular, his limit bar hasn't moved for about 50 levels. I think you have, yes, Nathy. Yes. Although, as I maintain, I was a latecomer to Twitch, and this actually inspired me to set up. And obviously, since then, I've expanded into more than just Final Fantasy as far as broadcasting is concerned. Which is cool. It just adds to that, you know, flavour of into the conservatory, 2 chairs and a table, let's just chillax. As I said, this for me is like a digital version of a little side room, a little nook, where you can just chillax. Decompress and chat. unstick. There we go. As always, multiple apologies. You're going to hear me talk about the sticky button. Jog my memory a little bit here, Deviant. Was Twitch, or was it somewhere else where I was first introduced to Reed Duke? Because he's obviously a name that I still remember from Magic. It's actually the only name I can remember. I'm guessing LSV is another broadcasting platform? Again, you know, ignorance and greenhorn showing here. Yeah, wow, Kick. Yeah. Yeah, because I know that's a music stream. I mean, you can stream other things, but it's mainly for musicians and that's quite a bit of fun too. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not as slick with Magic as I am with other things, so LSV sounds like something you need cream for. I'm sure Louis Scott Vargas doesn't need cream. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Oh, sorry to hear. You appear to have LSV with the pharmacy down the road. Actually, there's a fun little fact for you. Since we're talking about magic, so pharmacy comes from a Greek word meaning sorcery. How about that? Best ever to play. I certainly like the whole entertaining with it. I mean, you got to have a bit of pizzazz and a bit of panache. From what you described, he sounds like, you know, quite the player. Because I think and again, I've got to really dig up the depths of my somewhat weaponized autistic memory here. With so many comps in Magic, and we'll just pick on Magic because, you know, we're talking about it. In particular, there's so many sets. I can only presume that different comps will have different rules that stipulate what sets are and are not allowed. And so I guess someone like Louis and Reed and others, I imagine that part of what makes them as good as they are is that they are adept at being able to craft decks for different... Because obviously, you know, two different sets will have two different kind of play styles, I imagine. And so you've got to have a repertoire of different play styles depending on the comp you're playing. Is that... Would that be a fair presumption? I imagine that's a function of the different sets, particularly if you start blending sets as well. And then you've suddenly got a blended strategy, which by definition is its own strategy again, right? And being able to adapt to whatever falls your way versus whatever I guess you expect from what's in the box. Yeah, you certainly got to know a bit. It's yeah. I suppose Magic in many respects was the original deck building game. Sheesh, it's getting close. Those numbers are getting smaller. Yeah, I'm certainly a bit lazy in comparison. I mean, my new favourite game, Slay the Spire, only has, you know, one set per character. And you might unlock additional cards as you unlock epochs. But ultimately, you're still building a deck from the ground up from the same kind of set. There's no other sets floating around in the ether. But of course, we're talking two different games, of course. No, that's fascinating. Yeah, especially having to almost like you got to know a lot about a little in some ways, because there's just so much that could be out there. Oh, these three sets permissible. Oh, okay. What's my strategy going in versus what I'm going to get? That my brain likes that side of it. You know, trying to logic your way through. Craft your strategy and then execute the strategy and go, oh shoot, the cards haven't broken that way. Okay, fall onto the backup because we thought of a back. Yeah, that bit fascinates me. If I sat down with a Magic deck, I'd be like, what colour's blue? And I'll point to the red one because, you know, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. Although I'd imagine, and again, ignorance showing here. I imagine in some respects, if it's anything like Star Realms, which of course it's not. Again, we're comparing apples and tomatoes, or apples and concrete. So, two very different games. If you're playing it digitally, your hand comes out. You've got this amount of mana, and you've got, you know, other cards and land and all that. I imagine there are some subtle prompts in the game that might go, okay, if I highlight this card, for example, it can be played. I don't know. Obviously, I haven't seen enough of the digital to wrap my head around it. Because I know Star Realms highlights cards that you can buy and that you can use, but that's obviously, we're talking a different game again. So the Spire comparative is like, nuh-uh, you built the deck, you execute it. If you built the wrong cards or if you diluted it too much, that's on you, pal. Once you get your head around the mechanics, even some of the basic mechanics, Star Realms is a lot of fun. It really is. Especially the co-ops. If you play the missions, I don't know if you were introduced to some of the missions that can be played cooperatively, but it's a fun game in its own right against mates, but it's heaps of fun when you play cooperatively. I mean, I've only played it co-op once with the... Look, I forget the name, but it was one that had spawned, like, it had 5 different tentacles. We beat it, but far out, we nearly didn't. Oh, look, I'd encourage you to give it another go. It is... When I first started playing at tabletop, I was possum in headlights. Didn't know what was going on and needed my handheld at points. Gained a bit more familiarity. Actually, I'll tell you what might help Deviant is, if nothing's changed, the base game of Star Realms is available, downloadable from Steam for free. Expansions, of course, are paid DLCs, no surprises there, but the base, unlike other games out there, the base game is, if it hasn't changed, it's literally just going to cost you a bit of your time and disk space. But it's going to cost you the princely sum of 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollars. So nothing. And it's just a great free way of just learning the mechanics. Whether you win or lose as a material, it's a great way to learn the functions and the gameplay, the 4 different factions, you know, all these things. No, same here. Oh, go on then. Now these motor drives aren't even going to have a chance at doing any attacks because they start, well, it's a preemptive, right? And their first attack is always warning. That's also why I prioritize the grunts when I fight the configuration of 5, because I know I can knock off both grunts and 2 motor drives before I have an attack. Ah, okay, here we go. Let's put it to the test. Although beam gun's gonna ruin it because I've got active time on. That's the other. Oh, you pigs! That's why I target them too. Beam gun ruined it. Rage. Oh well, fine. I nearly got 4 out of 5. But for beam gun, you sods, honestly. Oh, nothing to attack. Again. Oh, that's getting ever so close. My word. Now, as I get closer and closer to the finishing line, I was musing a very tough idea to finish off this grind. And I say tough because a lot of things have to line up. So as I get closer and closer to the final battle, and I'll have to certainly keep intentional tabs so I don't miss it. Wouldn't it be cool if my last battle was all 7 fever? I'll see if I can set that up, because that'd be cool. But I am under a time constraint myself, so... I believe you did, yes! Yeah, I don't think I ever bought it myself. I'm just thinking, would Steam actually say that this was bought as a gift, or would it just be like, oh, here's a game in your library? It's the destination, not the journey. You know, it did. It was ascertained that it shouldn't. If I do pull off all 7 fever and level up, it shouldn't be an issue here because I've already got the level 99 achievement, so there's nothing to award. But no, you're right. I do recall that actually. Thank you. As you can see, it's the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, one obvious minus to this grind at this stage is it's axiomatic that you're going to master your ice and your bolt materia. Cool, I can do bolt 3 in the first reactor. Woo! But you can't unequip them and put the split materia in because you haven't got the materia menu available at this stage. Ah! So I'm sitting there with 4 materia. Obviously you pick up restore before the boss. So I'm soon going to have 5 materia and no way to cycle any of them out. Oh. Actually, let's just do something a bit nutty. Bolt 3. Have you ever seen Bolt 3 in the first reactor? You have now. Crazy. I guess we better balance it out, right? Better do Ice 3. I mean, I've never done Ice or Bolt 2, let alone 3. But we might as well just skip the middleman and go straight for the big ones. Alright, who's going to get iced? Oh, some poor hapless motor drivers. Oh, good. I might be able to get my 4. Depends who you target. Oh, yes. There we go. Oh, there we go. See you later. Ice 3 in the first reactor. You're all very welcome. I'll tell you what, while I'm thinking of it, the Guard Scorpion is weak to bolt magic. I mean, early in the game, if you play it properly, you know, bolt's quite effective against it. It certainly helps. Bolt 3 at level 99. Ooh. Actually, Devian, I got a funny feeling he may have, because in his videos, in his VODs, he's actually used magic points. And there's only 2 materia that can draw from it. Maybe he did. I mean, whether he did it on the Guard Scorpion, absolutely no idea. But I'm pretty sure Monetary Dragon did. I know Circle Master did because of because you can see that. Oh, actually, wait, no. Unless is that no. There's another way I can no. Either of them either did use magic, potentially. You'd have to look at the raw values, or whatever MP you start with at the start of their games, they just left alone. And as they leveled up, naturally your capacity increases, but maybe they never threw ethers at themselves. And so you've got this gap, because of course your MP doesn't increase with your capacity. You need to buffer that yourself with items. Now obviously you can see that I've thrown ethers at me. Maybe the others didn't, so yeah. The only way to know for certain that either player did in fact use magic is if their MP at any stage is less than what they started with at the start of their games. Any plans? I think the only real plan for this save, obviously I'll save 2 copies, one for the playthrough, one to keep the level 99. But the one I'll play with at base, it'll just be a normal playthrough, so there won't be any major skips. There won't be any attempts to speedrun. It won't be 100%ed. Again, that's a defined category. The one thing I do want to do with that save is go on a date with Barrett and demonstrate that. Because I think it's hilarious. I mean, date with Eris is mad, date with Tifa is awkward, date with Yuffie is just annoying. Barrett's flippin' funny, oh my word. You know what? Let's just do it. We'll do the 2s. I mean, normal ice and bolt have been done to death in the first reactor. Let's put ice 2 in there. Cool. It seems so low, doesn't it? Sheesh, we're closing in. Same configuration. Oh! Tell you what, we'll pick on the other guy. Haha! Ah! Sticky button not helping! At least I managed to get the bolt magic out. Sad. Okay, slightly more damage than ice. Maybe we'll stick with the Buster Sword and the Gatling gun. Oh, mate. Oh, sweet! Let's go! Now, will he do a needle attack or will he do fire? Okay, he turns around. Okay. Still gonna get hacked. Oh no, I did it just for fun. Just because I've never seen Ice 3 and Bolt 3 in the first reactor. The concept just sounds hilarious. But yeah, to wrap that up, I mean, yeah, Bolt magic against the Guard Scorpion certainly helped. Bolt 3 at level 99. Oh, Jim Dandy. I mean, I don't even have to go that far, right? I mean, either character can one-shot the Guard Scorpion. Also, the thought occurs is that I can't... I'm so powerful with these characters, I can't actually damage the Guard Scorpion to be able to do its tail attack. Oh, yeah. The old back attack. Fun fact, this was Circle Master's final battle. I actually speculated which one I would get. Because there's 4 different types. Doesn't matter if it's preemptive or not, I'm just talking configuration of enemies. I think from memory, and I'll just run with it, I think I speculated, just as a wild stab, just a guess. What will I get? I reckon I'll get the 3 grunts. One last hurrah of having to put up with freaking beam gun before I cross the line. Which, okay, is common to all 4 configurations because there is no config that's just the motor drives, but it's obviously the one with the most grunts. That's my guess. 3 grunts, and boom. Well, we're below 90 minutes. What's the game in a hurry? It was like, what, 2 steps? 16 frames of movement, bang. Sheesh. Wouldn't mind that all the time. Yeah. Fortunately, my Steam is still here, but then again, I wasn't playing one continuous playthrough without saves. Oh yeah, in the back. Ooh, Dees, go on then. Oh, of course he's going to turn around because they don't have magic attacks. Oh well. Boof! I know it's a fantasy game, but seriously, how has Barrett not run out of bullets? Where does he keep them? In his shoes? Oh, would you unstick? There we go. Oh. Keep digging my button out of the cavity. It's so gunged. Oh. I tell you what, I'll repeat what I did yesterday. Because I'm using just a generic, based off a PlayStation controller. So it's got the 2 joysticks, which is great for things like Star Wars Battlefront. It's got a stock standard directional pad, which I've never used, so that's probably the healthiest part of the whole thing. I've got my trigger buttons with a very oversensitive right trigger. In fact, I've almost only got to look at it and like target comes up. So I'm trying my level best not to so much as sneeze at it. And of course I've got the 4 buttons clockwise from the top, you know, your triangle, circle, cross, and square. Ah, the glare. As you can see, triangle has hardly been used at all. I mean, it's menu, so that gets used the least. I'm always depressing cross, and I had to switch between circle and square when circle originally got sticky. Had to use square because that wasn't getting as sticky. It is now. But yeah, so faint. But it's still going. I can still move cloud, I can still input commands. And I still know what triangle looks like. But yeah, cross is like a little pixel. The faintest little blue pixel. Square is an outline. And circle is now a crescent. Could tell a tale. Mate, I said this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. If game controllers had rights, I would be on a plane to The Hague for crimes against controllanity. I'd be violating the Geneva Convention so much. I mean, how is this not cruel and unusual punishment, putting a controller through a grind? And that's to say nothing of what potentially awaits me inside the controller tonight. There will be photos. Are you saying the Bluetooth originally did what Bluetooth ought to do, and now the Bluetooth just isn't? At least with the USB, you've certainly got options that don't render the controller as a doorstop, which is good. Yeah, mine's definitely not a real Sony one. Does the job. I think it's also not helped by the fact that, as it stands, my current build doesn't have built-in Bluetooth, so I need to get like a dongle to attach it that way, if indeed I had a Bluetooth controller, or anything Bluetooth for that matter. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, I mean, you got the USB as your backup option, so at least it can, you know, wired as it is, it still goes, I imagine, so that's still good. It's usable. Built for its intended purpose, even if one of its intended functions isn't intending these days. I'll tell you what, I'm actually playing through the experience a lot quicker than I originally thought. But nevertheless, full disclosure, I am going to need to take a pit stop soon. Probably when I've got... That helps! Keep it fast! I don't care if it's 62 experience, keep it fast! I think when I get the characters to 7,500, there will be a brief intermission. I want to be comfortable for the end. And also, this bread is nice, but I need a water. Yeah, I'm kind of similar with this power play, because the joysticks have got some ribbing on the top, and actually, you know, there's a comfort with that. I think they originally had the rib in there for grip, so you wouldn't, you know, if you're doing something like Star Wars Battlefront's a good example, where you're doing a lot of rapid movements in quickfire, and so what you don't want is slip. But yeah, sensory-wise, yeah, this is nice. Yeah, tactiles, exactly. Hack. Oop. I actually thought, oh, do I get Cloud and Barrett to 6,000 experience before I go to the toilet? Don't know if I can hold on that long. That coffee is ramping up its volume. Oh! Couldn't move it. Is he going to target the motor drive or the grunt? Nuts. Don't you dare do beam gun. Oh, thank you. Fun fact, actually, there was a speedrun I watched ages ago. And obviously, with speedrunning, you're going to escape from more battles that you're going to fight. And there's mechanics which are better explained by those in the know about how escape works. But anyway, he tried to escape from. It was just the 3 grunts. And he eventually did, obviously, but not before he had to endure 4 beam guns. Which really soak up the time. That was a bad die roll, my word. Oh yeah, closing in on the, oh, sticky! Stop it! There we go. Ladder doesn't increment my step count! Stop sticking! Yeah, the foot's going. Catchy tune. Oh, honestly, I think he's voided his warranty. I think it's broken. Not only that, right? Not only is potentially broken Fitbit, let's spare a thought for poor Jesse up there. Looking down from that girder going, what are those 2 idiots doing? You know, by the time we get out of the stinking reactor, the rest of the gang would have already beaten Shinra. What's going on? Well, we know the Marco infusion gives them the extra strength. Whether it allows charging by induction? Hey, why not? Beats having to lug battery banks around. I am the battery bank. Glowing eyes, glowing eyes. Have we described a soldier or a Gould? Oh no. Okay. We'll set up the next battle, and then I will be a mere handful of minutes while I take a pit stop, and also I've got an empty water bottle next to me which I require to fill. And also to get the sticky button unstuck again. I think I haven't got a screen on my my stream that counts how many times I've had to unstick the button. I mean, that would go the same way as Cloud's Fitbit. Alrighty dudes, I will be back in a few. Standing by. Because we got to be comfortable for the victory dance. Alright, that is so much better. Comfort, check. Litre of water, check. Not that I'm going to drink the whole thing, but, you know. In fact, while we've got this opportunity, because I was supposed to do this at the start. Let's actually stretch. I mean, Nathan, you mentioned kick earlier. This is what I learned from kick. And okay, this is, you know, obviously this makes more sense if you are going to do drums. Stretch the wrists. Oh, feel the pop. But I mean, it can't hurt to stretch for the sake of darts or even just having a controller, because you are doing repetitive motion, repetitive fine motor motions. So, and since I didn't really do a lot of stretching as a 30-year-old, you know, my 30s, I better do it now before I'm in my 50s. Because you know what? One thing the body does remarkably well, maybe like an innate gift, if you will, is the body keeps score. And you want that score to be as low as reasonably achievable. Oh yeah, I feel that. Oh. Don't feel it as bad as when I first did this a few days ago, so maybe I'm starting to get somewhere. So, yeah, and thumb. Oh yeah. Come to a Twitch stream, get a basic aerobic fitness stretch class. But no, seriously, if you do a lot of things with your wrists and your hands, you want to look after them, so... Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. Let's flip and do this. And now we're stretched. Now we're ready. We are born ready for this. Oh, my controller's not. My controller's dead ready for it. Oh, dear. Incoming! I gotta say, Deviant, your description of your breakfast sounds a lot more tasty than mine. I mean, mine's doing the job and all, but can't beat yours. Mind you, grocery day next week, so put on some hash browns. Yeah, I don't mind a bit of the old disc golf myself. Not sure about it this early in the morning, though. Not necessarily because of the atmosphere, cold tolerance and all, but lazy. Morningly lazy. Bread stuck in the controller. We don't want that going inside. Be pulling bits of bread out tonight. Yeah. Grimy, mucky, membrane beaten bread bits. Ooh, that's getting real sticky. Yeah, I tell you what, especially this time of year, right? Alarm going off at 7:05 most mornings, and it's still pitch black. It's very disorientating. And the old circadian rhythm is like, what are you doing, man? And then, you know, dinner time usually around 6, plus or minus. Shoot, the sun's gone. And we're still 4 weeks away from the solstice, so it's going to get... The days are going to shrink even more before they start expanding. Oh. Living at these latitudes, my word. I'll tell you what, Nathan, it's worse in places like Brisbane, because at higher latitudes you don't get twilight, so you'll get, you know, the sun will set past the horizon, right, and then you'll get maybe a couple of minutes of afterglow, and then it's just dark, just pitch black, just boom like that. It's like a switch. because there's no twilight. It's probably one of the cool things about autumn and spring in New Zealand is the nice, you know, obviously you need a clear enough. I mean, some cloud will add to this, but you don't want massive grey overcast with an anticyclone above you. You know, when you get that nice kaleidoscopic afterglow that lasts at least half an hour, it's... I mean, photographers salivate over something like that. Oh wow, is it literally... Sorry, again, more occupational ignorance shown in my case, because I've never done call centre. Is that presupposing that there's a 15-minute, you know, that's how long it takes to get set for the day, and then boom, you're in? Well, I'm actually running ahead of my original schedule. I'm going to have this done before 12. How about that? By all accounts. And by done, I mean the grind itself, not the stream. I've still got the victory lap yet. The victory dance. Oh, I hear you. I mean, who wants to rush, right? It sets you up. I mean, if you're not rushing, that also sets you up, but it sets you up in the right way. Rushing, you know, you got to decompress and de-stress from the rush that creates while still doing your job. Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah. Definitely no to the rushing, eh? Just nah. Yeah, I not call centre it, but I had similar at a former job in FMCG. Where you had essentially a digital punch card. Oh, those were the days. Mind you, my first job was a physical punch card. And then they went semi-digitally. That's a cheesy bit. Oh. Geez, 15 minutes, you can still taste the toothpaste, mate. So you get 2 of those in a half-hour lunch, is that right? No, I think I made the switch successfully. Oh, I did. Awesome. Good on you, Cloud. Their ATBs were so close it was almost a coin flip. Jeez, those numbers are getting smaller. We're approaching another timestamp. Wow. And we're all in. There's no fourth stream. There's no, oh, I have to go. I mean, I do, but not right now. Oh. Yeah, my FMCG job was like that. What made it worse, I mean, worse is kind of loose, but what made it worse for me and my cohort back then was, because we also had, so I'm just thinking, yeah, for an 8-hour shift, yeah, we had two 15-minute breaks and a half-hour, I guess it was a dinner break because it was an afternoon evening shift that I worked. And less of an issue for the two 15-minuters because they were paid, so you didn't have to go to the clock or anything. But for your... This is how analog this was, actually. For your... for my dinner break, you actually had to clock out and clock back in. So you actually, so your time card was literally your chargeable hours. Which, okay, for payroll makes sense. I would have thought it was easier to go, okay, I've worked an 8-hour shift, or more to the point, a 7 hours 30 minutes paid with a half-hour unpaid break, kind of standard, right? And it's like, okay, so he's done 40 hours. We can just lop off 5 30-minute lots, so it's a 37.5-hour paid week. Cool. Oh no, you actually had to clock out. So your time cards just had your chargeable hours. But no big deal, right? The kicker was it was not a short walk to the cafeteria. And you couldn't eat on the main floor, right? Because we're FMCG, you can't do that. So you had to go to the cafeteria. So you're clocking out. Here's the thing, you're clocking out, I don't know, say 7:30 to 8 o'clock is your break. So you clock out after the clock ticks to 7:30 because the time thing has its own clock, right? And I haven't even mentioned what the bosses think of a queue of people waiting there. We'll leave that to imagination. But anyway, some bosses. But anyway, so 7:30 ticks over. Awesome, clock out. You're on unpaid time. You can already see where this is going, right? To clock back in, you want to clock in before 8 PM, not after. So your half an hour unpaid break, you are losing time on walking to and from. Worse when you're walking from to clock back in before 8 o'clock. Some bosses were real to the letter on that. I'm aware the day shift bosses were, which is fine because at that time I was a student. I never worked the day shift. Night shift or afternoon evening shift. Okay, they've got expectations and they're reasonable, fine. But for the most part, they were pretty laid back. Don't be an idiot on site and we're going to get along fine. No, that's true. Never quite relaxed. Well, I haven't even mentioned the KPIs we all had to work to for the different departments. Like, there was a KPI for general picking. There was a KPI for an area called SIBS. And repack, there was a KPI if you were on forks. There may have been a similar KPI for the loaders. I never got put onto truck loading, and that's fine by me. Oh, and if you were doing auditing, there was a KPI for that too. Such was the FMCG. That's fast-moving consumer goods, if you're not aware. The only part, and it's other than the forks, the only real sticky button again part that I miss about jobs like that was you innately were fit, right? You, with the possible exception of forklifting because you're seated, but for the most part, because you're never always on forks for your career, they mixed it up because so many people had tickets. And that's fine, you get a little bit of diversity. But if you're doing any of the areas of picking, mate, you were getting fit. So it's like, I never had to wake up and go, oh shoot, I need to stretch and go for a run. Oh no, I stretched before work. My work was my run, and honestly, it did it so well. Oh, and we'll just take a pause from talking shop. We are officially below 1 hour. Less than 1 hour to go. Oh, it's coming. Oh, yeah. Oh, sticky button was doing that. No! I don't want the button to stick when it ticks over level. That would annoy the heck out of me. Actually, I'm going to have this, but I'm going to do one little thing that I hadn't planned on doing, but I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, you beam gun away, boy. That's fine. Just in case. Call me paranoid, but unlike Monetary Dragon, I haven't got my computer hooked up to a UPS. There we go. We now have a save file of less than 1 hour to go. 1 hour to go! Alright. Amazing, I didn't encounter any... Wow, okay. Oh, we got the back attack, have we? Do fire? Ah. Oh. Fine, don't do fire. Nuts. Oh well. Oh, mate, your brekkie will be just in time. I suppose it's more of a brunch now, isn't it? 10:53. Yeah. Hope you're still with me, nerded off. Hopefully you're doing fine. Don't know if I pronounced your second half of the handle correctly. I'm open to correction. Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm kind of the same in a way. But I suppose in my case, you know, I get out of bed and I'm dressed and straight out the door for the bus, so, you know, my first thing I guess is around 10ish, so yeah. I don't know, I guess as you get older you don't have to eat as much, I guess that's a thing. Don't you dare get stuck. That would be so anticlimactic if that happens. Oh, mate, if you got nowhere to be, comfort wins, right? Mate, I'm just in Huckery tracksuit pants and, you know, pole fleece and that. Obviously, I'll be a lot more presentable for when I head out to my friend's party. But right now, yeah, I'm with you, eh? Nobody here but us. Oh, yesterday. I think yesterday morning, particular. Yeah. No, Thursday morning. I think it peaked at 8 degrees and then it went back down. It was that kind of weird. You know, it was that combination of the obviously a winter's morning, some kind of rolling fog mist thing, and the high pressure system over the country. It just nothing shifted. That was that was cold. And the problem with the room I'm in right now is that it has one window and it faces north. Yeah, no, it faces south. So it doesn't get any direct sunlight at all. So this time of year, you know about it. It's layers for the win. So let's have a little bit of fun chat. What do you reckon my final battle config will be? Do we reckon it's going to be this? And by config, I mean it does not matter if it's normal or preemptive, right? Just the arrangement of enemies, not how they are. So will it be 2 grunts and 2 motor drives? Will it be 3 grunts, which is my guess? Will it be that back attack, because there's only one back attack in this dungeon, and it's the 2 grunts and 1 motor drive? Or will it be the one config of 5 enemies, and that's the only config of 5 there is? Which one do you reckon? Be a little bit like a raffle, and the only thing you win is being correct. Woo! I mean that, and I don't know too many raffles that have only 4 options. Oh, it's getting really exciting now. You reckon the one of 5? Well, hey. Well, case in point, here it is here. And is he gonna do fire this time? He is. So I said they don't turn around, so this is still considered a back attack. Oh, boff! There it is. It's weird how they don't flip when they do a magic. They flip. I mean, okay, understandably they flip when they do a physical attack. Weird how they don't turn around when they do their magic. It's intriguing. It was just cool to get a critical too. But yeah, what was it? 8792 is still Cloud's personal best. Double crit! I mean, critical attacks aside, it's still quite hilarious watching 2,000 plus damage rolls in the first reactor. Well, mind you, it was crazy enough casting Bulk 3 and Ice 3. Hmm. Oh, don't you... Oh, no. Sticky again. And of course, with this part, with this stream, as with parts 1 and 2, and pretty much every other stream I've done since I started, these will all be, momentarily, they will all be available on my YouTube archive, because obviously Twitch only keeps these for 7 days. I'm just quietly gutted that I wasn't streaming my Slay the Spire playthrough of the Ironclad that I won, but at least the at least the timeline actually details you won. So, ha! Man, it's getting close. We ain't stopping now. Actually, no, what would FF7 say? We ain't getting off this train! Or something like that. Hmm. Alright, 45 minutes to go. Oh, wow. Yeah, this soundtrack still rocked. I think if I were to pick a least favorite track, from FF7 OST, I mean, most of the tunes are pretty darn good, right? We've already discussed that, and we're all of accord there. Such a good soundtrack. I can't tell you the names of it, only where it occurs. There's two places in the game that I know it occurs at. There's Rocket Town after the launch of the rocket when you go back. But earlier than that is when you meet Cloud in Midiel and he's in the wheelchair. I mean, okay, that there is a certain amount of poignancy in their own ways for both scenes, but as a tune, it's quite melancholic. I don't know, I'm not really a fan. Oh, and of course you got to go back to tune on and disc 2, right? To do the underwater reactor. Oh, no. Yeah. I'll tell you what, for your sake, I won't stim it. There we go. If I think of outside FF7, and I'm not... I mean, like I said, I've only played 6, 7, and 8, and I've seen bits of 9, so I'll just pull favourites out of those. So, most favourites. We'll go away from least favourite. So, no Melancholic, no Happy Rufus. Done. I almost like the kind of Native American type tribal undercurrent of Cosmo Canyon. It's very cool, actually. Actually, I love the way they've set up Cosmo Canyon. It's almost, like it has that tribal theme about it. Very good. Which I suppose is almost intentional because the whole underlying theme of FF7 is environmentalism, right? So of course you're going to have the polluters in the form of Shinra, and then of course you've got the protagonists. I guess we're looking at them right now, but certainly Cosmo Canyon embodies that hands down. But yeah, if I go up, so FF6, if I was just to pick like our favourite, it would have to be when you're fighting Atma Weapon. That's a very cool tune. Second is probably when you're fighting Kefka at the end. FF8, the boss battle is always good, but hands down would be when you're fighting Ultimecia at the end. That's a cool tune. I do like that because it starts off quite slow and melodic. Piano. Huh. Melodic. What's the word? Clearly I didn't do music theory enough. And then it ramps up and it gets quite... very cool. I like it. Like, it gets quite serious. FF9, when you fight Odin, is cool. I think it's its own theme. Welcome back, Winston. We're nearly, I'll tell you in a second, but we're definitely less than an hour. Oh, unstick that button. Really don't want that to get sticky when I'm at the crunch point. Yeah, that one is actually quite cool too. You're right, Deviant. Yeah. And of course you get to hear it more than once because you've got the speed bike game and the gold saucer too. Give or take, Winston, we're about 36 whole minutes away. Ha! Miss me. Or more basically, take the experience left and divide by 100, and the number you get, the first two digits that you get will be the minutes. That's how I've kind of worked it out. And by all accounts, that means I'm also going to be done just before lunchtime. Wahey! Then I'll give myself plenty of time to get ready and go out. Good Saturday. Well, that wasn't too bad that time. That's the button behaviour I want. But at least there's plenty of time between the last thing. That is, unless I am successful in my golden rare plan to set up all 7 fever for my last battle. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Far out, we're getting there. Oh, we're building up to the climax now. Oh my word. The experience required is, let's face it, across the whole grind, minuscule. And of course, full disclosure, I am going to build up that last battle. As part of the victory dance that I've got set up. Because there's another cool tune that I haven't mentioned in FF7. Oh, pleased to hear it. I mean, that's the thing. They don't have to be overly large, but qualitatively big. And hey, if it keeps you going till dinner time, all the better, right? I mean, my rippable tiger breed isn't exactly massive either, but because I'm not exactly moving, it's doing its job just fine. And I'll likewise be, you know, I'll certainly be set till dinner time, not the least of which is there's probably going to be nibbles where I'm going, so neat. Oh, and there's some very lovely high cloud outside, so it's going to be an absolute bumper of a day. Oh, my friend will be pleased. Couldn't ask for a better day to celebrate, that's for sure. Ooh. Had the reverse stick, it didn't register, and then it registered and got stuck. We can do this. Come on, controller, you've come so far! Honestly, my controller's exhibiting behaviour like Jeremy Clarkson's Lancia from Botswana. Oh my word. Yeah, Hammond was doing fine right for the moment he sunk in the river, right? Less than half an hour now, give or take. We've just crossed that little Rubicon. Absolutely, Nathy, and yet I persist. Here we are. Wow. Sheesh, all that gill, my goodness. I don't think I'm going to have any issues about going into shops and disc/part 1 going, oh, what do I need? Do I need to sell all my ethers? I probably still will anyway, but I'll tell you one thing, I won't have to do my tradition of grinding in the Junon forests to level my characters, although, I mean, in my other games, that was where I went to limit train, because it was so good early on. I dare say, because of where my HP's at, I may have to rethink that strategy. Actually, come to think of it, when I have to get the keystone from Dio, I have to do the battle square. Doing the battle square in disc 1 and at level 99. I don't think I even have to worry about too many status changes either. Oh, except for things like Petrify, that could be a real nuisance. That's the thing, really. Things like Death Sentence and Slow Numb and Petrify and all that, they... Okay, we're not quite out of the woods as far as that's concerned, because they don't care about your HP, you'll just go, so... Okay, a little bit of thinking involved for the battle square, but at least health is not going to be a concern. Nah, fair dues. I'm also still here, but I'm definitely not muted. I'm the unmutable. Tell you what, the Reactor music adds an extra layer of mystique when you balance it with the I'm less than 30 minutes away from level 99. Actually, I'll tell you what's annoying, but for a different reason. So, getting back to the theme of FF7 tunes that maybe aren't as palatable as others, here's a third one, and it's... As music, I do like it. But the Genova battle theme, and the reason it makes that list is because there are those, like, particularly at the start, it's quite piercing. And that piercing kind of grates. I know it ramps back down, and then you get the you know, the real fast pace, like you're in a battle thing. So again, I mean, overall as a tune, like it, but that piercing does take away more than it adds. 2.4 billion experience in a room that averages 80. Mate. That's a lot of battles. Just because I'm curious if you're still there, Winston, what time is it where you are? We've just ticked over to 11:24 AM here. Side note, I'm almost using a flicking motion rather than a pressing for the OK button. It seems to... It does make it quite a loud press, and I apologise if you can hear it. But it's not sticking, so functionally it works. Good thing I stretched earlier, right? Because that flicking is a much more pronounced motion than simply pressing. Oh yeah, you keep doing them needles. flick that and it got stuck. How about that? Should we just try something? Beat this and see what happens. Nice. Yet once again they just target Barret with the fire. Clad has never been attacked by the fire. Unreal. Ah, good to know. Okay, so I found a way around my problem with what if my sticky button bypasses the level up? Turns out other buttons do it too. And my X button, which I just pressed then, isn't sticky. So all I have to do is make sure my OK button is up. And that should eliminate that little problem. Excellent. I'm glad I thought about that. Crikey, also I've been streaming a little over 3.5 hours. Wahey! Oh, less than 20 minutes! Oh boy! See, we're not even bothering with hours anymore, we're quoting minutes. Actual minutes. It's coming! Yep, stay hydrated, folks. Honestly, if I can all 7 fever the final battle, this is going to be lighting the candles that are jammed into the icing on an already magnificent cake. Okay, so the OK button is the only gig in town when you pick up items and exit the guild and experience and ability points. That's fine, but at least I can use another button for the leveling count. Now the flicking's not working. Oh dear! Darn good thing I made that discovery now. If the flicking motion ain't working. Actually, I've still got a few battles ahead of me. I can practice getting used to using a button other than circle for tying over the experience count. Oh. Whoops, didn't practice that well, did I? Still, less than 15 minutes! I'll tell you what, you can't see it, obviously, because it's in me, but the old heart rate is starting to go up. This is getting proper exciting. You know, this is actually happening. Wow. Oh, good. That was the X button that time, so we'll just get that practice in while we still have some runway left. Wow. Ugh. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And to think 3 days ago it was 12 hours. Which enabled me to break it up the way that I did. And now we're not even bothering with an hour count. You know, we're talking fractions. We just changed the time scale now. Oh my word. Oh. Not fair question. The reason being is when I started early in the streams, and I don't know if this was hardware or something, and I haven't done this with OBS, so initially when I streamed, I used the... Because I have an AMD graphics card, it came with its own kind of, you know, software bundle. And one of the features was the ability to use that software to stream. I thought, alright, we'll give it a go. And so initially I did recordings. And then of course I signed up to Twitch and did streaming. What I found with full screening was I could do all the things that you see here for a time. Like I've got my game window, got the chat window, and I got my face. After some arbitrary count of minutes, the camera would freeze and switch itself off, but the stream itself would still be going. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. And so then I, you know, tried it again, and same thing happened after however long. It tended to vary. There wasn't some, you know, there wasn't a set time that I could stream flawlessly and then the camera would drop off. When I mused the idea of, okay, what happens if I run a windowed game rather than full screen? It never froze and everything worked harmoniously and smooth. And so, mind you, I do stress that was with the AMD software. With OBS, I mean, I haven't encountered any issues. Functionally, everything seems to be fine. But I've always been a bit, for now at least, because I never actually took the time to play test, I was always reluctant to full screen whatever I played. Sometimes when I do Sega Master System playthroughs, the emulator that I use for that, in fact I've got 3 emulators and only one of them works. The one that works cannot be full screen, so I just left it at that. But yeah, that's the main reason is basically fear. I don't want to full screen the game for fear of, is something gonna, you know, I can full screen it just fine, but is something gonna fall over, you know? So I'm sticking with what I know in the absence of actually taking the time to playtest. I know that this arrangement works. It may be different later on when I actually, as I said, take the time to sit down and test things. Mind you, in saying that, Slay the Spire 2 automatically full screens and that runs harmoniously without any drop-offs or issues. So I might be okay. And it hasn't escaped my attention, we're now less than 10 minutes. Woohoo! Alrighty. One thing I do want to try is if I can set up all 7 fever for my last battle, but that's going to be a bit of a lottery because I do have, amongst other things, I do have places to be this afternoon, so if it happens, great. If it doesn't, it's not going to stop crossing the line. Only 3 digits! Wow. Oh, yeah, the heart rate's definitely going up now. Wow. Yeah, absolutely, Nathy, absolutely. Top notch. Oh, look how small that is! 712! Oh, sheesh! Oh, man. So much experience points, my word. Hopping off that train at the start of the game feels like a long time ago. Which I guess it was, right? Day 1 was the 12th of September 2025. Alright, might as well put a preemptive in there somewhere. Boof! Ah. Less than 5 minutes. She's on well ahead of schedule. It's, you know, it's only just got 11:41 now. I thought I was going to be a lot closer to 12, but I must be generating at a slight higher click than 6,000 an hour. I mean, okay, I did start the actual stream a little bit sooner, but I was still doing some setup at that point. Not to mention the small intermission for the pit stop and the refill of the water bottle as well, which better not forget. Oh, mate, my goodness, I couldn't tell you because I'm at the point now where my maximum HP relative to the damage I'm receiving is so high that the game doesn't register the damage to limits anymore. I mean, we'd probably have to go back to when my characters were around no higher than mid-40s before I last did a limit break. Oh, it might even be a lot longer than that actually, because the way the experience yield works is that if you imagine when you start the game you're at 0%, when you get to 99 you're at 100%, right? Level 46 is only 10% of the way there. Level 79/80 marks the halfway point in terms of experience to go to level 99. Subtext, the last 20 levels are brutal. Oh. I better keep an eye on that because yeah. I'll tell you what, if either of my characters have XX77 health, I can just potion my way up there and let the game do the rest. Or I could play a little bit of luck and just see how I go. It's... oh, whoops, I didn't manually pick, but that's fine. We're that close. Restraints are coming off, heart rate's going up. Let's do this. I mean, the only other way I could try to artificially create the ideal conditions is for the characters to attack each other. But that still doesn't remove the lottery die roll from that, but you know. Sheesh. Now theoretically, if I get 2 configurations of 5, that's it. But more realistically, we're probably now, forget minutes, we're 3 battles. 3 battles away. We're not even counting in time, we're counting in events now. Battles. Oh. Honestly, I'm staggered. I'm absolutely staggered. And I haven't even proper finished yet. Okay, we are going to have 3 battles, I think. Hashtag I was here. Probably underneath this chair will be hashtag I was squashed. Oh, goodness. Okay. Right, not pop. Right, we've popped the button now. We've got... make sure we don't get sticky. Okay. Okay, now here's where it gets interesting. If I get the configuration of 5 enemies, Cloud will level up, but Barret will not. So that's the one battle we do not want. Okay? If I get that next, okay, we're running. Any other config will have my characters level up in the same battle. Save. What do we got? We're good. We're good. This is only 80. We're only 80. Oh, that's why I saved with like a little under an hour to go. We got a few votes for save the game. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. So I'm looking at this guy and he's just gone below 77. That's a little bit annoying. Oh, well, okay. Let's see. Okay. Right. You can't get much more official than that, right? One. Just one. Right. Okay. Save, you reckon? Well, okay, I'll tell you what. I do apologise to prolong the process. If I encounter, I can run. Because nobody has counter. Like you're going to get counter. My button's not sticky. We're all fine. Should I tell you what? My hands are starting to shake. Right. Okay. Even in this room, any battle, in this reactor. Okay, the hands are off. Okay, we got them. Shall I tell you what we'll do? Oh, these buttons. There we go. I'll tell you what. Not quite. This is just me being a picky bugger. I've been grinding all this time in this dungeon. This is where I end it. Okay, is this it? Is this it? That was my guess! That was my guess! Oh, sorry for shouting, but I guessed 3 grunts. Okay, I'm on record, right? I've got 2 chances. Camera. 2 chances at all 7s. Come on. Oh. Because here's the thing. If you've never seen all 7 Fever, here's how it works. In the case of a single enemy, whoever gets 7777 for their current health is just going to go like multiple attacks on that enemy, or as many as needed till, you know, HP is 0. In the case of multiple enemies like this, because I think you do something like 7777 damage, I think like 20 times or whatever. That's how it works. Like if you leave one to finish a job. Oh no, let me finish. All 7 Fever will affect. I mean, 3 is less than 20 obviously. If I get all 7 Fever, all 3 of these guys are going. I just wish they were quicker. But these are all physical attacks, so they shouldn't run out of what the game called skill power. Oh, it's getting agonizingly close, isn't it? Oh! No, yo, oh. Defend. Okay, double defend. Is that going to do anything? Okay. Okay, miss is fine. What do we got? What are you doing? All 1s. Hey! Oh, come on! Okay, we've missed. Okay, Barrett. Because he's in the back row as well, right? Because they're physical attacks. So we've missed Cloud. Come on, attack Barrett. You know you want to. Oh, you're kidding me. They're not going to just pick on Cloud, are they? Come on! This is actually more tense than the ground. Oh, we're in! Oh, we're in! Oh, get in! Yes! Oh, I apologise for shouting, but that was awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Let's just savor what happened. One more button press. And for the last time in this save game, we are going to see... Oh, I'm shaking. Oh, hang on. I was just doing something in OBS. There we go. Oh! Hang on. I don't know if you can see that very well. There's a little bit of shake. Oh, my goodness. Anyway. Oh. I'm going to hit the cross because the circle is stuck. We're going to hit the cross because we know it works. And for the last time, we're going to see that glorious level up. Because I'm pretty sure every character I pick up now starts, I think, higher than Cloud. I think Barrett's the only one that's lower. But we've taken care of that, right? So from this point on, there are no more level ups to be seen. So here we go. Fingers over the pulse. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there it is. Oh. To quote Circle Master, in this Twitch, I have gotten Cloud and Barrett to level 99 in the first reactor. And there's my screenshot because I've been screenshotting every level I've done, and there it is. And so, I prepared a little thing. What I've now got there... I flippin' did it! Oh, that's the other side effect of all 7 Fever, is whoever does it loses all bar 1 of their health. Holy crap. Okay, one last thing. Okay, 10 and 36. Okay, so I'll just... Because I'm going to forget, so I'm going to take a photo of that. There we go. Just because that was so ideal. Okay. I got to do it this way. I really got to. Join me for the victory dance. Oh boy. So, in honor of the Hall of Fame, and this I would like to point out, the names in the Hall of Fame are only those that are known to have done this. There may be others, right? There may be dozens others out there. But these are the ones that you can actually do a quick search and you'll find definitive proof. Monetary Dragon stands at the top of this list, even though the rest is chronologically ordered because of the uniqueness of his grind, because he ground in the first screen. So again, but yeah, Kart 7 2010, Circle Master 2017, Dave Stereo 2019, and now next in the list, the Gamer Dad from '83. And I am so stoked I did it with the All 7 Fever. That just seemed fitting. Oh. So to everyone in chat, that have been there from the start or have joined in at points, thank you all very much for being a part of this. It looks, yeah, I mean, can a 43-year-old dad, possibly the only New Zealander to have done this, maybe even the oldest to have done it, can someone with so many other responsibilities and contexts and other fun things that he does, can he juggle all that without dropping anything and still have time to do this? Absolutely, Nathan. Yes, he can. I can't believe I've done it. Oh. And yeah, look, Sid's theme seemed appropriate. Oh, end of an epoch. Oh my goodness. So yeah, future plans? Number one, as you can quite well imagine, we're taking a break from FF7 for a little while. And then using this playthrough will, again, I'm not going to speedrun. I'm not going to do the fancy tricks that others do. Let's just play that again, eh? Right, before anything else, we're saving this. Oh, no, we're not. We're going the wrong way. I'm going to use this save play amongst other goals to go on the gold saucer date with Barrett. Oh, can't give him any. Can I give him one whole potion? Oh, you know, you've earned it. You kind of wore yourself out doing all 7 fever. Oh, that's the sticky button again. 99. Oh look, again, thank you all very much. Look, it's been a challenge, that's for sure. But I tell you what, it's been a lot of fun learning about how to do streams as I've gone. And yeah, I guess I closed this chapter of what I've been streaming, so the grind is done. There will be playthroughs periodically. Oh, I think I already am. It's my word. It's just that it comes back to what I was saying the other day, right? That personal anecdote of, can I do it? Given everything out there, can I do it? And can I stick at it? Yeah. Unreal. Oh. Yeah, 8 months and a smidge, my word. Wow. I see you did the math there, Nathan. Yeah, it's been a long 8 months, 12 days. And that's inclusive of offline time, right? You know, when I haven't done the grind, you know, when I've travelled or when I've been doing other things or not doing that. Oh. That's done unreal. Oh, wow. But no, look, thank you all very much for being a part of this. The chats have been more than welcome, and I hope you'll join me again for other streams, other games. Huh. Yeah, we'll just get the music back. It was 10, wasn't it? Yep, I didn't change the sound. There we go. And I've got to say it again, actually, because it won't recognise that. What am I doing? What am I doing? Do the backup as well. So we got this permanent level level 99. Right. Anyways, I do have to. Oh my goodness, I do have to scoot. I got to get myself ready to go out to a party, but achievements of. There isn't one specifically for grinding, but you know, we know it. Oh, and there it is. You too, Winston. Look, it's been a pleasure, mate. Yeah. Whew. Just because I'm curious, what is the time over where you are? We've just crossed into 2 minutes past lunchtime here. 2 minutes past noon. The high cloud is still looking good. It's going to be a nice flip, mate. Back at you. I mean, you talk to me about dedication. I mean, I'm not a night owl by any stretch. So look, thank you for staying up to watch some New Zealander, 43-year-old New Zealander, do the grind. Oh. Oh, look, I've been called worse. Nutter is a badge of honour. Yep. Oh my goodness. Look again. Look, I can't thank you all enough. It's oh. I guess I'm just going to bask in it for a while. Speeches are hard to come by. But alas, I will cut the stream there. Get myself all primed and ready, and then I'll be out this afternoon. So even though it's daytime, I don't have any other goodbye screens. So it will be nighttime eventually. Oh look, you as well, Winston. I hope to see you again in other streams. And 'cause I mean, I typically stream in my afternoon, evening. So I guess during your daytime, doing all sorts of other games. I'm gonna have to think about what that's gonna look like on the schedule now. I can remove all the Final Fantasy references. But as I said, Plan A, taking a break uh, from FF7 for a little while. Plan B, I'll just continue doing all the game things that I do. And eventually down the line, Plan C there'll be the periodic playthrough of this save file, including the date with Barrett. Oh, incredible. But no, from me, it's a good day, good afternoon, and good night from me to you. Oh, Dancing Donuts for the win. And I'm off to bask and just take it in. Oh my gosh, I did it. Until next time, have a good one wherever you are, and I'll see you next stream. Bye bye.